Okay, we are live. So today I'm going to be doing a study for a self-portrait. I have a panel for this, but I thought it would be really cool to do a small version, kind of test out some like style things I might want to play with, and just work out any kinks on a small panel before I jump to a big one. I'm working from an image of myself from a previous life. I went ahead and touched it up as far as making the background more interesting and just generally getting it like ready to paint. So this is going to be tricky because I want to keep my chat open, but I also want to be able to see a couple things at once. I want to see my reference, I want to see the chat, and I also definitely need to see some inspiration images as far as the style goes, because this is going to be a little bit experimental for me. Okay. All right. So I just grabbed one of the references for the style, and I'm just going to have that open in Photoshop along with the reference. And then from there, let's go ahead and get the chat up. Okay, I think we're good to go on the chat. All right, great. At some point, I really need brush holders, multiple brush holders that are then organized by size of the brush. That would be tremendously time saving. The brush that I actually wanted needs to be cleaned. To be clear, it didn't have like paint in it, but it had like dried up linseed oil in it. All right. So it's funny, while this painting has like a whole lot of light, it's actually overall super duper dark. So, and I think on this piece, I'm going to probably build up the lights with opaque paint. So I'm not going to worry quite as much about transparency for some of the light effects in the background. I just don't think that's going to be like the best use of my time. So what's going to happen is I'm going to start this on the stream today. Actually, I might just do the whole study on the stream, but then I'll do a big version and like record the whole time lapse for that version. I already have some colors here in the reference that I'm pretty sure are going to get me into trouble. Like, they're just, they're super, super chromatic, and they're super high key. And I'm not sure how well I'm going to be able to mix them. Excuse me. normally go this granular this early, but because this is so dark, I'm like a little bit nervous about kind of putting in a really dark color and then having to erase it out and get something that's a little bit more like a color you want to be pretty clean. So I'm taking Terra Rosa and transparent oxide brown. And I'm gonna go ahead and block in the figure. Seems dark, but let's just see. almost wonder if I should get out Q-tips for this and start like erasing out with a Q-tip. It might be a good option. Thank you. Yeah, this is like a really tricky one because the figure is so dark that like nothing feels intuitively right. Like every flesh tone I put down feels too dark. Everything just feels, it's sort of disorienting. So I mentioned this, well, at the very beginning, so you would probably see it like on replay, but my thought here, okay, it's not horribly off, is that I'm going to do this study and clean up this horrible thing that's happening. And then for the big version, I'll just do like the time lapse. So you guys are seeing like a pretty cool sneak peek of what I will hopefully make video of. Pretty soon. Okay, so this is not especially surprising, but I've painted everything too small. I definitely, like, it's definitely helpful to have the anatomy in mind. That said, I don't necessarily need to know it to know what I'm doing in this particular case. I think I've said it before with the horses, where like theoretically you can paint the whole thing without really like understanding how horses' anatomy works, but at the same time it winds up being super helpful because you can sort of simplify. Okay, so I have to push the face back here quite a bit, actually. So I just have a clean brush that I dipped in Gamsol for this. And I don't really mind like pushing some of the background color into the flesh color here because the flesh color is so much duller, but the background color, it's a really clean, vivid color. I don't want to mess that up. I'm not really ambidextrous, by the way, but sometimes it's just much easier to get a better angle on something with my left hand. It might not be like quite as efficient, but like, hey, there's no rule that says a dog can't play basketball. I hope that joke was understood. So that's a really good question. I am using my typical color palette. That being said, I'm not, like, while it is true that all of my normal colors are out, I'm definitely not using all of them today. Just kind of checking a few landmarks right here. So I'm using, let's see, what have I mixed? Obviously titanium white, ultramarine blue, permanent rose and permanent magenta. Permanent rose for like this background area, permanent magenta to warm up some of the like darks down here. Terra Rosa for the skin color, as well as like these areas in the dress have a little bit of that. And then I think up here, I think that's transparent oxide yellow. I could have totally used yellow ochre for that though. So I'm not really in the cadmiums at all. I have not used a green. It's basically just permanent rose, permanent magenta, earth colors, ultramarine, white. You know, I talk sometimes about like wanting to have like a really beautiful start. And while my start might get there, definitely doesn't feel beautiful today. But that's okay. Because we are just here to kind of try things out for the big painting. It doesn't have to be perfect. One thing I know I'm gonna have to kind of mess with here early on is hair color. It's not this warm. That being said, it's kind of hard to tell exactly what the color should be. So I'll kind of just have to experiment a little bit, see how that goes. Gosh. I just think it's funny, kind of, like, just how profoundly messy this looks. Not even looks, how messy this is. But that's okay, because we're gonna get there. So before I was using transparent oxide yellow for that section, and I switched to yellow ochre, partly because I ran out of transparent oxide yellow, and partly because it makes sense to use a more opaque paint at this point. By the way, so later today I'm filming the voiceover for another dog portrait, and I have like a lot of my notes already done, but I wanted to ask, since you guys are here and hanging out with me in the live stream, which I love, I wanted to give you guys a chance to like ask any questions that maybe I could answer in the video. So let me know in the chat if you kind of had any questions from the last video that I could talk to, or I don't know, any questions about painting dogs. Oh, thank you for the compliment on the, how it's looking. I really appreciate it. Okay, so my camera setup. So I mentioned in the video on the easel that's behind me, the Geneva Studio easel, that I used the proceeds from the painting that you see in my video on going full-time as an artist. I used proceeds from that to buy the easel, and I also used proceeds from that to buy this camera. This is the Sony a6600, and I got it specifically because I had a really old, like not very nice DSLR, and for taking photos of pets and of children, I wasted so many shots, like shots that would have been really nice, but they weren't in focus. So I wanted to upgrade to a camera with a really nice autofocus system. And it just so happens that my cousin is a photographer, and she was like, if you need help with autofocus, you should get a Sony mirrorless camera. So that is what I got. It has been wonderful. And for live streaming, I'm using an HDMI out. This is like HDMI mini. That feeds into a little device called a cam link, which is a video capture card. And then that goes into my computer, and I'm using OBS, which is open broadcast software. I don't know. Studio. Sorry, I'm new to the streaming part of things, so I don't have a lot of this memorized correctly. But yeah, part of the reason it's so clear is that I'm using a camera that can record 4K video. I have like a nice lens on it for what I'm doing, and I have fiber internet, so I don't have to like compress the Jesus out of the stream to make it work nicely. But the cool thing is that having just hit 1,000 subscribers, I can now also stream from my phone, which obviously like would not look as good as this stream, but the cool thing is that I use this camera to record all the time lapses, so I can now have a live stream and record a time lapse simultaneously. So the stream wouldn't look quite as good, but you'd still get to like see what I was working on and ask questions and stuff. Because right now I kind of have to decide, like, do I want time-lapse footage of this, or do I want to stream it? Okay. Yeah, you're very welcome. So I'm curious, what are all of you up to today? Are you painting? Are you stuck in meetings? um, how's it going? Everyone is healthy and happy, I hope. Okay, yeah, I thought that was wrong. Thank you! I'm so excited. What's wild is that as soon as I hit it, I got like 15 more subscribers on top of it, which surprised me. Like, usually my subscriber count doesn't jump like that. But I know, like, the algorithm kind of does things differently depending on how many subscribers you're at. So my hope is that it's kind of easy to continue growing at like an even greater rate now that I've hit that milestone. That would certainly be really cool. My hope is that at a certain point I'll be able to like really focus on like, I know the YouTube revenue would be there in order to just like focus on personal projects or film videos where I just go out plein air painting and it doesn't particularly matter if like the piece I'm painting sells. That is the ultimate goal. Well, at least for now. And then on top of that, you know, record videos of me making those, and you can see like the kind of compressed like 10 or 20 minute version of it on YouTube, or you could buy like the full 3 to 4 hour like real time with commentary. Here's how I made this, and here's how you can make something like it. Oh, well, thank you for hanging out with me despite being stuck in meetings all day. That's awesome. I'm glad that I could kind of provide like a nice break, especially with painting relegated to the weekends. I know it's nice to kind of have some other way to get that creative fix. So, thank you for choosing my extreme. So I'm just trying to get some of this flesh tone out of this like bright background. I think that's looking better. So I definitely have brushes handy that are just meant for erasing, so I'm not putting any paint on them. I'm just either using them dry or with a little bit of Gamsol. And I'm being pretty diligent about wiping any paint that I pick up in that process back out of them. I have this perpetual problem with, I mean, a little bit with streaming, but also just with like taking progress pictures of a painting, because the colors look so different on camera versus in person. And similarly, like the image of the reference you guys can see in the stream is like weirdly, it's a lot more washed out than the one that I have, which is kind of interesting. Sometimes I like seeing the more washed out version, but really hard to judge the colors whenever you're dealing with a computer screen. But it is very helpful for judging the drawing, so that's what matters. Is my Instagram link correct? I hope it is. Let me see. How can I see? I know that I filled out the like description section before I went live, but I can't see where I can view that without potentially ending the stream. But my Instagram link, it should be just Chelsea Lang Art. So ChelseaLangart. Ah, okay, that sounds like a very nice morning, Sean. I like the sound of that a lot. It's rainy here too. I have like a lot of really pretty peony blooms in my front yard, and I can't decide whether I should cut them and like bring them inside and paint them, or potentially like bring my plein air rig out to my front yard and paint them. I have plenty of other things to paint, which is kind of the thing that gets in the way of this thought process. Like, okay, if I cut them and brought them inside, they would probably wilt and like be wasted before I had a chance to paint them. Or if I like took all my stuff outside, I just think like, yeah, but like, shouldn't you be working on other projects? But I very much am enjoying like all the blooming flowers this time of year. Oh no, my Instagram says Chelsea Lang. Thank you for letting me know. So yeah, just add ART at the end. And then that'll actually take you to the right one. I will update, gosh, this probably means that like all of my live stream links to my social media are incorrect. So after the stream, I'll correct what you see in the description of this one and then go back and fix the other videos too. It should at least be good on my other videos. Now I kind of want to test it. Let's see. Let's look at a video. Man, gotten like 15 subscribers already today. That is wild, and I am not complaining. If you are a new subscriber by chance, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so it looks like it's just the link in the live streams that aren't right, so... Oh, that's weird. I see. It's like Chelsea Lang and then like an ellipsis. I suspect that I know what happened. Okay, I'm really curious what you all think. Should I put my Twitter in the social media section of my video descriptions. Because I really don't... Here's how I'm using social media right now. Of course, all the videos go to YouTube. Most of my attention is on YouTube. My second most used social media channel is Facebook. Anytime I post a video, I also post it to Facebook on my Facebook page, not like my personal one, but the Chelsea Lang Art page. And then I also share that link to groups whenever it's appropriate, so I can like bring in more people. Instagram I post to super not regularly, because I found that people never go from looking at an Instagram post to looking at a YouTube video. Whereas that's totally not true with Facebook. Like, people regularly visit, people regularly come and watch videos from a Facebook link. And it just does not happen on Instagram. Twitter is basically the same thing. I find that like Twitter does nothing for me, so I don't even really post work there at all. Instagram, my thought eventually with Instagram is to use it to share, like, here's what's in progress, here's like a close-up of the painting you saw in last week's video, and just like use it as a way to kind of chat more with all of you guys, not as a way to like find new people, but just to share more content with people who follow me on Instagram or follow me on Facebook, or excuse me, follow me on YouTube, or maybe follow me on Facebook. Twitter is kind of me just like liking other people's tweets. It's not exactly like, it's at some point I shared artwork there, and then I found that it just wasn't particularly helpful, and it's becoming like more and more of a personal account that I don't even really use other than to like memes that people tweet that make me laugh. So what do you all think? Like, do you want to follow me on Twitter even if I'm not sharing artwork there? Or do you think I should just kind of stick with Facebook and Instagram, with the understanding that if you want to see like maximum number of posts, definitely go to Facebook. Instagram, I'll probably start using more and more as YouTube grows and people like come from my YouTube to Instagram is a way to like chat more with me and just kind of like foster a personal connection. Yeah, I've tried for a while to get the Chelsea Lang Instagram account, so I know the one that you're talking about. Oh, thanks for the follow. Cool. Well, I will include them. I might just kind of add like little comments in the description where it's like, follow me on Facebook if you want to see the most number of posts. I don't know a good way to kind of describe how I use each of these. Maybe I should just put the links up and you guys can decide, like, choose your own adventure. I'm kind of disillusioned with Instagram because like a while ago you could really like grow an audience on Instagram, and then that super duper changed, and it's just really like kind of demoralizing seeing your metrics like go down all the time, and then just through kind of learning more about social media marketing, I learned that yeah, it's like really not what Instagram is for anymore. It's really designed for you to kind of have like more personal, more in-depth content, or more like personal and in-depth engagement, I guess is the better way to describe it. Like, YouTube has the most in-depth content, but it's a little bit harder to like engage the same way you can on Instagram. Yeah, that makes sense, Sean. I see a lot of people kind of use those that way. I found Facebook is usually the easiest place for me to know the same people will see stuff, and they're more likely to kind of click links and engage with the comment or the, wow, I really can't talk. They're more likely to like engage with the post in a meaningful way, whereas Instagram, yeah, I used to think of it as the place where like the finished product goes. But now I'm beginning to think maybe eventually of using Facebook and Instagram in somewhat similar ways, but with the understanding that people are more likely to go visit a YouTube link if it's on Facebook, whereas if it's on Instagram, I can't really expect that people are going to like leave Instagram to go watch a video. Good news is that YouTube's algorithm is much more kind than Instagram or Facebook's. So chances are much higher of people just like finding me on YouTube. Okay. So I just took like a quick picture of where this is at so that I can check the drawing, as always. Thankfully, this is looking much nicer already, which I definitely needed. Oh gosh, yeah. I do not like Facebook. That sounds so infuriating. I'm so sorry. Sorry, I'm caught up just looking at my photo here, trying to decide how this is going. Yeah, I really do not like Facebook, and as a result, I don't love giving Facebook or Instagram a lot of love. The only thing that's been really nice for me about Facebook is being able to share work to other communities. Which I think as an artist is like oddly tricky actually, because for some communities, like if you have a YouTube channel that's informational, they really like people like sharing information. But I guess there are just so many artists that so many groups have rules about, like you can't link away from the group, you can't promote your own work, you can't like say your work is for sale, like. And of course, every group is different, but I've just found that it's a little bit trickier. But there are some groups on Facebook that have like 30,000 people. And if just a fraction of those go and decide to watch my video, that's a pretty great day. And then another advantage for me is that my Facebook is much smaller. And I think the algorithm, like, inadvertently kind of rewards that, where, like, the people who follow my Facebook page are all, like, by and large, like, it's a lot of, like, close friends and family. And I just find that it's more likely that my work gets, like, pushed out there because a smaller audience on Facebook means my audience is actually a little bit more engaged there than on Instagram. One thing I'm loving about YouTube's algorithm, though, is that, you know, like with Instagram, you post something and it either does well or it doesn't do well. And on some level, I assumed that's how it would work with YouTube. I know that, like, YouTube has a search, which makes your stuff more discoverable, but I figured it would be kind of slow going if people actually found me through search. But lately, YouTube has been pushing out, or, like, my stuff has been ranking much better in search. So a lot of really old videos suddenly are getting, like, pushed to people's browse pages, and more videos are ranking for search terms that theoretically they should have ranked for before, but I guess they just didn't have enough views yet, or, like, my channel didn't have enough clout yet. So old content is actually, like, doing a good bit of legwork for me right now, which is really cool. Thank you, YouTube. So the drawing overall is, like, looking pretty accurate, not having to, like, go make any wholesale style or level changes. And hopefully that means I can start, like, really cleaning this up and kind of getting it to that stage where the block-in looks like it could be the finished piece. This is kind of cool. I worried that this would wind up being too messy for this, but because everything is still wet, I can basically treat what I'm doing right now I can treat it all the same way that I treat, like, the monochromatic paintings that I've talked about in a couple recent videos. So even if something's, like, really messy, I can just get some Gamsol and, like, wipe it clean, and I no longer am kind of dealing with this, like, oh no, I went too far, I ruined it. I know that that's definitely something that I struggle with. So the arm here is a little tricky because it was cropped off in the actual, like, original image, and I came and, like, manually put it back in. But it meant me, like, I had to rely a little bit on can really, I swear I am like a coherent, articulate human being, but it's very clear to me through trying to talk while I paint that painting takes up a shocking amount of brain power. Photoshop. I was relying on Photoshop's content-aware fill to a certain extent, and then also kind of like inventing some anatomy, and just kind of trusting that I could make that work. So like, I feel like I could add a little bit of tricep, and also the elbow probably wouldn't be exactly where I put it. So I'm kind of just playing with some adjustments like that. So I remember someone, I forget if it was Hushan or if it was Scott, someone who regularly tunes into the streams watches Brockmire. Who is that? / are you on the stream right now? Because I am loving this season and think it is an amazing, delightful piece of, well, literature, if you can call it that. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to grab myself something to munch on while I paint. Not a great idea, by the way, but I'm hungry. I'm hungry and I'm streaming. And I was going to do something else. Who knows? Who knows what I was going to do? Oh my goodness, I'm losing my mind. I'll be right back. I'm walking 5 steps that way. Okay, I think what I was going to say is that I want to work on getting the hair color more accurate, which is so hard because it's so darn neutral and in shadow and like hard to literally figure out what's happening. I love my Yeti. I have like 5 of them. It's absurd. But Yetis are the best. So I have my giant Yeti. Right now I have tea in here, and I kind of go, depends on like what my beverage of choice is, which Yeti I use, but right now I'm drinking tea all the time, so it goes in here. I also have one of the little like wine glass ones that my roommate gave me because he understands my Yeti addiction. That one, I don't know why I would necessarily use like the little wine one versus like the big one, but I do use it pretty regularly. And then I have the one that's supposed to like, it's kind of like a beer koozie for like a can. When I was really fueling my Dr. Pepper addiction, that was my Yeti of choice. All day, every day, drinking Dr. Pepper out of that Yeti. And then this is like the real low point. Got my cat the Yeti Boomer Bowl, and it matches my Yeti. It's the same color. Because I was tired of cleaning out like her really complicated like water fountain thing. It's just like a pain in the butt to get clean, and the Yeti was so easy to clean, and it didn't move or like splash anywhere, that I was like, yeah, I think this is a good idea. I'm gonna spend $50 on a water bowl for my cat. So now you know the extent of my Yeti addiction. Okay, I think like overall this color is better, but it's really tricky because what should happen is that like as I squint, I should be like, yeah, that looks like my photo, and that's not quite happening. And I think it's more to do with value. There's like some value variation in the hair that I have not captured yet. So let's see if I can actually like put that in. My hope is this, so a lot on the channel I talk about Daniel Key's work. But with this, because this is a portrait that is definitely from a photograph, and because of like the moody nocturne vibes, I'm glad you think that's funny, by the way. Yeah, no, it's like a whole Yeti saga. Yeah, because of the nocturne vibes, because this is definitely from a photograph, I was really reminded of Casey Baugh's work when I was planning this out, and so I grabbed a bunch of his paintings, and I have them like all on a Pinterest board of inspiration just for this painting. And I have one of his paintings like open on my computer right now as like a style reference for me to be referring back and forth to. So, what did Casey Baugh have to do with what I was saying? I don't know. I'm painting hair, I'm talking about Yetis, still losing my mind, thinking about how much I really want to eat an Uncrustable right now, even though it's still definitely frozen. Oh. If anyone remembers why I brought up Casey Baugh, let me know. Really hope you guys enjoy the streams. I feel like it's such a difference between my videos, which are so like articulate and scripted and professional, and then I get on here and I can't figure out how to string a sentence together while still painting. Nocturnes. Oh, Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sean. That's like why this is so difficult, is because our figure is like really dark and really in shadow, and it makes finding the correct value and the correct chroma really, really hard. And it's super difficult on the hair because it's like a platinum blonde, but in the image, it's like it's like a weird ochre green. I don't know. It's like darker than it is light. It's really tricky to see for sure. Like I'm definitely having my fair share of like struggle with it. I think so. I'm actually like looking in the viewfinder of my camera because it's a really small like thumbnail version of this. And I think it's like reading pretty well. So I'm just gonna kind of keep going. And I might come back to the hair. We'll just see. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me what on earth I was talking about. We have a man overboard. Okay. Thankfully, it was not loaded with paint. Yeah, like it is actually somewhat of a mid-tone if I like use the eyedropper tool on the photo in Photoshop. But yeah, the backlighting, it's just, I definitely picked a piece that would be challenging for me and hopefully will teach me some stuff. Definitely eating this Uncrustable. I told myself that the reason I can't talk is that my blood sugar is low. I don't think there's any truth to that, but who cares? If you go to caseybaugh.com, he has a section under artwork that is just for nocturnes, and you can see a lot of examples of kind of like what I'm sort of being inspired by. A lot of like city streets at dusk, a lot of lights with that like bokeh effect that you would get from a photograph. And he introduces a lot of really cool textures into his work too that are very, very specific to his own work. And that might be something I kind of experiment with here just because I'm feeling the Casey Baugh vibes on this piece, but we'll see. Super beautiful, right? I like how almost all of them, the exception being like his early works, you can tell they're done from a photograph, but it's not distracting. And it's not necessarily like what I want to go for in my work per se, but I do think it's like it's an awesome skill, and it's a skill I want to have, so that I can like pull it out for certain projects or not. Yeah, he has beautiful starts, and one of the things, I think you can see this if you go to his Instagram, which should just be instagram.com/CaseyBaugh. He has some photos of his starts, and it's a very, okay, I'm not gonna say my starts look like his starts, so don't misread this, but like you can tell that the way he approaches the start is very similar to this, where like the difference between his work and my work is that he picks the exact right color, even though he's working translucently, and like it's super scrubby, but everything reads super well because all of the colors are exactly what they need to be, and it doesn't matter that it's super brushy and abstract, or super duper loose. He has a great understanding of like what components need to be there versus what components you can fudge, for something to read really well really early on. And that's definitely like something I kind of want to play with here, and I'm beginning to get a feel for it here in the face. I need to do like a lot of cleanup on the bottom half of it, to kind of get to a similar place, but yeah, I really like that approach that he uses. And then Daniel Keyes sometimes will start this way. There's a really pretty picture of, maybe I can just link to this. I have 2 Pinterest boards I always keep open. Okay. Maybe I can, no, I won't be able to do that. So, if you like really go into Daniel Keyes' Instagram, you can see a piece that he started this way too. But I'm gonna link you to a pen. Hopefully that actually works. Pinterest links are notoriously terrible, so let me know if it doesn't. But yeah, it's this like fall painting, and he has all of the stages on his Instagram, and it's amazing. It's amazing how it comes together, and I really like the pieces that he starts that way because I think the start is so beautiful. Some pieces he has a lot of like white canvas, and he doesn't do this at all. And I'm very interested by those pieces, but they're not what intrigues me the most. So I think what I'm interested in like taking into my own work, is this loose translucent but like dead on the color start that Casey uses a lot and Daniel uses sometimes. I think that's the thing that I really want to understand and bring into my own like signature technique as much as I can have one. Okay. With that said, I want to kind of work my way down. So I definitely want to sort of clean up some of the bottom half. But I think if I can just kind of treat this like a printer and sort of handle like 1 additional centimeters worth of painting at a time, this is going to feel a little bit more like manageable and nice. If I were smart, I would keep my brushes that I'm kind of using as erasers totally separate from the brushes that I'm using to actually put in paint. What a concept. Okay. So the overall value of the face looks good. Next thing I want to look at really is the neck. You know, I'm glad that you mentioned that, Sean. It's funny. I think sometimes I'll like watch someone either in a workshop or in like a video tutorial, and I'll kind of think like, okay, I got it. Like, I'm ready to go and apply all of this. And so much of it you don't actually hold on to, and you just kind of reminded me of one of those things, which is I really ought to be spending more time looking and planning before doing. Okay, I'm trying to be careful not to build up the paint too much, that I can still kind of play with that like scrubby quality that we've been talking about. But I'm beginning to feel like this is working. Lost that shape just a little bit, and I didn't mean to. I'm very flattered that you just watched some of a Casey Baugh demo and you came back to the stream. Thank you. Yeah, I have a lot of Daniel's downloads, but Casey was really the painter, like the Alla Prima painter that I discovered first. A lot. So kind of like history of my art education goes something like this, and I swear I won't make this boring. So it kind of turns out that like almost all of my substantive training has come from Putney painters in some way, shape, or form. So the first person I took workshops from was Rob Liberace, who works out of I think Alexandria in Virginia, and he would come down to North Carolina once every couple of years, and I would take whatever workshop that he offered. And that started in like early high school, I think, for me. And then and Rob's style of working is it's Alla Prima, but there's a little bit of a grisaille, so it's somewhere in between. He's not doing glazing, but he's not also like totally seat of the pantsing it like Richard Schmid does in a lot of his portrait demos, which are just like wild. You can see some of those starts, I think, in Alla Prima, where sometimes he just literally like scrubs in a skin tone, no drawing whatsoever, just scrubs in a skin tone, and then he just like puts in a perfect eye and just keeps going until there's like a perfect portrait. That is not how Rob teaches. Rob teaches that you start with like a burnt umber, and you make your grisaille. So you start with your darks, and then you put in like a mid-tone flesh tone that covers everything that you didn't cover with your darks. By the way, if anyone has studied with Rob or knows Rob and I'm misrepresenting this, it's been like 15 years. So I'm trying my best. I'm sorry if I don't get it exactly right, but and then you start building in the lights. And there's a little bit of layering because you have like a very flat shadow part of the drawing, and then you have like the rest of your skin tone that's not in shadow. And then you start, putting little pieces of different colors kind of on top of those two bases of color. So I was comfortable with that for a really long time. In college, I briefly studied at an atelier, which is the only kind of not Putney painter, not Alla Prima, not painterly bit of education that I got. Teaches you to draw super duper well, but I was interested in more energetic brushwork than they taught or were really excited about there. And then I started like downloading Casey Baugh's tutorials. Like, didn't care how much it cost. Like, that was what I wanted to do on a Saturday. It was like, I want to watch his tutorials and I want to try and implement something from them. So I think I have like just about every video download you could have from Casey. And I think probably from Casey, I'm kind of skipping a few things, but I found out about Alla Prima and Richard Schmid and really got into that book. And then later realized I really liked the direction that Daniel Gies was sort of taking the Putney painter movement, if you can call it that. And then I started eating up like any content that I could from Daniel. So I have all of his, video tutorial downloads, and I've been to a couple workshops with him. And in a sense, that's kind of like more of what I'm like focusing on right now with my work, is like more of Daniel's style. But there are like pieces of Casey's that to this day really interest me, or like this one, like I probably would not have sat down and said like, I want to do like a Casey Baugh inspired piece. It just so happened that I knew I wanted to make this painting and thought to myself like, okay, well, this is really different from anything I've done. It has that like photograph vibe. Like, how can I make this work? And the obvious choice was like to go look at Casey's paintings and see what I could learn from those, because as I mentioned earlier, like the really cool thing about his nocturnes is that even though they're so obviously from a photo, it doesn't matter. Like, he's really capturing what makes it a painting. Keys. Oh, thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, you're welcome. We're on Uncrustable number 2, because number 1 didn't cut it. Okay. I have refueled officially. So, does anyone here, is anyone here not new to working from home? The reason I ask is that I have worked from home since I entered professional life. And I used to think that like snacking all the time was just like a me problem, and then everyone was like forced to stay home in quarantine. And I learned that snacking is an everyone problem so long as you're like working next to your refrigerator all day. And I'm very eager for someone to solve this problem and tell me how to just like eat meals like an adult. I think that'd be great. Yes, I totally left that part out, Sean. Thank you for mentioning Richard Schmidt's video. So, it is harder to get a hold of these, but what I did was I just like... Actually, I don't know why I did this exactly. I think the reason is that, so Casey and Daniel both have like really easy ways to download their videos, whereas with all of Richard's stuff, it's all like physical DVDs, which I don't even have like an optical drive on my computer anymore. There is one video that I can think of that is not DVD based. And I have that one too, but it's just as much of a pain in the butt as the DVD ones because it's not just a video file. You have to have like this kind of annoying player. So yes, I did wind up also finding like all of Richard's videos, and I kind of cycle through like who I watch at any given time. It's somewhat subject matter dependent. So like obviously as I like gear up to work on the like floral still life that's behind me, I would like watch one of Daniel's videos. If I were going to do some like plein air painting, I would watch one of Richard's. I might do the same thing for a portrait. Or for plein air, I have one or two of Mark Bogus, one or two of his demos, which are great. I always like learning from various Putney painters because they kind of, I feel like I'm understanding what I need to paint like them, like one painter at a time. Each one has like new tidbits for me. And then I've also taken lessons from Richard's daughter, Molly, which was a treat. She is a wonderful painter as well. And unfortunately, she doesn't have the same amount of like content available online as the other Putney painters. But it was still awesome to paint with her. Do you have the same struggle with like working beside your kitchen all day? Hi, Gary. So the Putney painters. So I definitely use this as if it's a term that like everyone should know, but the real reason that I say this isn't because everyone should know it. It's actually because, to the best of my knowledge, no one has like come up with a name for the style that they all paint in. But the Putney painters are a group of painters who came out of two places. One is Palette and Chisel, an academy in Chicago, and then Putney, Vermont, where Richard Schmid wound up moving to, I think, after Chicago. And both places had these communities of artists that Richard wound up teaching. And so it's basically a way to describe the movement of painting that's kind of based on Richard's teachings and Richard's style. It's I think all of them are Alla Prima painters, and of course Richard's book is Alla Prima too. But the thing that I admire about all of them is that they have this like amazing sense of realism, but it's just as much about like beautiful brushwork and kind of like loose expressive paintings as much as it is about the realism. If you aren't familiar with their work, I would say it's probably most closely informed by John Singer Sargent's style of painting. Okay, I'm jealous. I'm jealous of your healthy eating. Like, I really need to figure it out for myself. And I think, I mean, it was a lot easier to eat healthy before because I could, like, go to the grocery store as much as I wanted and get, like, fresh produce and stuff. But now I keep, I've been trying to, like, limit trips out. And so I've been buying things that, like, freeze really well, and not so much like the fresh stuff that I would buy before. Oh, yay! That makes me so happy. I know that you are going to love it, Gary. And an upcoming video, like whenever you've received it and like you've had a chance to look through it, I don't care what the video itself is, just like comment and like let me know how you're liking it, because it's an awesome book. The paintings are so great, and there is so much information. I have one student who, she first read it, she like got it through an interlibrary loan, and then after we started working together with lessons and everything, she decided she wanted her own like permanent copy, and says that she just, she keeps rereading it and like finding more tidbits, and that's exactly what I've found with that book too. There's so much. Like, you could probably read it once every 6 months for the rest of your life and like still find, these little aha moments. Okay, that's a good tip about the frozen and the canned veggies. I definitely have some frozen veggies that have felt very good for my body when I've eaten them. And I keep telling myself I want to make more. I find it's oddly like more difficult to cook right now. Like, I think I don't want to like bring this energy into the stream per se, but I think I don't know, some mornings I wake up and I feel like I'm just feeling like the psychic anxiety of like the whole world. 'Cause like everyone is worried, and there's so much like uncertainty. So some days I just feel like really overwhelmed by that, and the idea of like cooking food feels kind of bizarre. Who would call me from a 202 number? I'm gonna let them leave a message and I'll call them back. Oh, that's great about the Carol Maureen book. I think I might have mentioned her book a couple of times. Did you find out about it through my channel, or did you find out about that through another means? Either way, I really, really like it. By the way, I'm now feeling like pretty good about the arm. The paint is a little bit more opaque than I want, so I might actually kind of play with erasing some of that out. Of course, like forearm and hands still sort of a mess, but okay. Yeah, I think it does help when you're cooking to feed other people, for sure. I don't want to say like I feel guilty, because it's not like I owe anyone other than myself like nutrition, but at the same time it feels good to know like you're not alone. Oh, that's great. Yay. Well, thank you for picking up those books. I'm really flattered that you were excited to try them. Yeah, definitely let me know how you like both of them. The Carol Marine book is so good for, I asked because I don't think maybe I mentioned it at like the beginning of the year, but that feels like so long ago that I was like, wait, when was the last time I talked about Carol Marine? Because it feels like ages ago. But it's such a good book for like really quickly making progress. And not necessarily because, it gives you some like trick. It's just the exercise of daily painting is so incredibly beneficial. So my hope for the stream today is to be able to kind of get everything to about the level of finish that we see here in the face. And then in like an upcoming stream, I would then be able to kind of go back and start layering in thicker paint. What I'm really excited about for this particular painting is that it's really well suited to palette knife work. Like all the little bokeh effects of the lights are gonna look so good with just like a perfect like thick daub of paint there. So that will probably be for another day, but hopefully if I do a good job today, I can kind of like dive right into the fun stuff next time that I work on this. And I'm pretty sure I will stream anytime I work on this study. And for anyone who wasn't here earlier, I will be recording a time lapse of like the full size version of this. So there will be a big one of this. But for now, I wanted a piece that would kind of let me like experiment and kind of figure out before I go to like a really big panel to paint on, which is like a larger money investment, a larger time investment, just kind of like work out the kinks and see all that I want to be doing. Hello Scott, how are you liking Devs? My roommate loves Devs and I haven't tried it yet. Okay, so I've talked recently about methods for like erasing out for the monochrome paintings, like how you can get back to white canvas without like busting out the white paint. And I'm already seeing some evidence that the Terra Rosa that I had here is staining my panel, which is not unsurprising. And I'm mildly tempted to bust out the acetone because I really want to get this area super duper white. Scott, I asked before you got in the stream, but I think you were the one who also is watching Brockmire. Is that correct? If so, are you up to date? If I were a can of acetone, aha, I would be hiding right there. Alright, I'm gonna try not to like have this open for too long because it truly, the fumes get to you very quickly. Okay, there it is. That's looking better. It's much closer to what I wanted. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Well, whenever you get to watching Brockmire, I'm very excited for you because I think it is just a delight. I think the last season is... I mean, I think the whole show is really strong. It has such a nice heart to it. So hopefully you could see how, like, before I was kind of struggling to lift up this, like, stained color. And with the acetone, I might not be, like, perfectly back at white, but it just looks so much brighter than it did with the Gamsol. Hopefully that is the only place I have to do that. I suspect that it is. Because I think the culprit was Terra Rosa, which I don't have as much anywhere else, and don't really need to go that bright anywhere else. It was really just the edge of the silhouette. And it doesn't have to be perfect either, because like I said, I'm probably going to go in with like some pretty thick paint later for these places, but I definitely, I want the option to use some of the transparency if I really want to. So looking back, like in the viewfinder, everything from like the kind of purple section up, I'm pretty happy with. So Scott, what else is like? What's at like the top of your big list of things to watch? Part of the reason it's going to make sense for me to use a palette knife for some of these like really bright sections is it's a little bit easier when you have paint that thick to keep it clean. And the knife is going to help with that too. You know, with like bristles, you get a little bit of blending that happens, which means if you have anything beneath what you're putting on the canvas, there'll be a little bit of interaction, which can probably dull what you're putting down. With a palette knife, though, you can pretty much like just go in so thickly and with that, you know, that really flat edge that you're not going to get that interaction at all. So there's some places where like I'm kind of suggesting things with brushwork right now, but it's not going to really pop the same way until I can get the knife out. Ooh, okay. So did you just watch the finale? I'm very excited for next season. I swear I'm not making a phone call. Trying to see who this like message from Washington was. Oh, it's people speaking, I think, Mandarin with like weird pleasant music in the background. So I'm gonna say good call on me not answering that. Yes, it's so good. I thought that the finale was like kind of oddly low key compared to like the episodes we just had before it, which were so intense. But man, Better Call Saul is great. The end. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It's not really the end. I'm still streaming, I promise. Okay. here I really wanted this like kind of interesting glowing orange color, which I know I can get from transparent oxide red when I apply it transparently. Oh, hi, Boomer. Oh, do you want to be on the stream? And I first put it on opaquely and then just like put some Gamsol on my brush, and like suddenly it did what I wanted it to do, which is pretty cool. I agree. I mean, I think the interesting thing about Breaking Bad or not Breaking Bad, excuse me, about Better Call Saul is, and my roommate and I are kind of in agreement on this theory, that like unlike Breaking Bad, where Walter White was like a genuinely bad person who kept thinking and kind of looking like a good or relatable person, Jimmy is like the opposite. Jimmy, like deep down, is a really good person who keeps getting put in these situations where he has to look really bad. And where Breaking Bad was a tragedy, we think that Better Call Saul might be a comedy. Like, Jimmy might get like a happy ending. And that's kind of what we're hoping for, is that like, hopefully, you know, when we go back to present day and these like black and white Cinnabon scenes, like hopefully there's gonna be some pleasant ending for him, hopefully to do with Kim. Because you know Jimmy has like one hell of a story to tell from all of that. But I think to your point, that might, like, I think the finale might kind of be evidence of that. Where, like, Jimmy was the one who was, and the same thing with, like, Mesa Verde, you know? It was Jimmy's idea, but he was also the one who was like, no, we don't want to do this. This is going to be going too far. And then it was Kim who was like, no, I want to do it. So in an interesting way, even though like Jimmy kind of has the history to have all of these schemes and stuff, it's really Kim who's sort of pushing him in a lot of those instances. I do think the show is like pretty darn remarkable for how interested it can make me in like bleak fluorescent courtroom settings. I never would have thought that could be interesting in my whole life. I really hate me that kind of like dim fluorescent room. That's fine, Boomer. I am glad that you think so too. My hope is that we have like the correct read, and that means that Jimmy is going to get a happy ending. I think I think that, like, okay, so where we're at right now, we could always get like a horrifying Daenerys ending for this, but like, I think it makes sense to draw like the parallels between Kim and Walter White, but I also don't think Kim is like an inherently bad person who deserves a bad ending. Whereas like Walter White like definitely did. I think Kim has like a lot of nuance, and I think that a lot of her behavior isn't about being bad. I think it's about like having fun with Jimmy, and she's definitely like attracted to the worst parts of him. But my hope is that she can get like a pleasant ending too. Obviously, we don't really know what happened between where we're at now and Breaking Bad, such that she would never appear in Breaking Bad. I think it'd be devastating if, like, you know, she was killed off or something. Because, I mean, come on. We, like, gotta see them reunited, right? At least in some capacity. I always think it's really funny, like, seeing how many viewers I have in the stream at any one time. I wonder how many people I just, like, bored to tears with my Better Call Saul talk. I'm kind of excited about this painting. Like, the idea that I can do this study for the portrait and then eventually, you know, make that video, and then I can, like, say that if people want to see the study done in real time, they can go check out this stream. I think that's pretty cool. Alright, so I have my... Oh my god, it'd be so funny if she ran off with Howard. Although after that last episode, man, like, I don't know. My mom's theory is that she's gonna get disbarred, and I mean, given everything we've seen, it's not like that doesn't make sense. So the size panel I have is I think this is a 6x9. Yeah, because the final piece is a 2:3 aspect ratio, so I think I'm gonna do like either 24x36 or 20x30 for the big one. But I wanted to make sure that I wasn't totally in over my head before I started that. Also, I need to finish some other paintings before I can embark on a new big painting. Although I think I might wind up doing that for May. It's like focusing on personal work. Every now and again, I think about buying headphones specifically so that I can like listen to something while I stream without it having to be copyright free. And then I remember just how bad I am at talking without listening to something on a stream. Okay, just for yucks, I'm gonna do something totally unnecessary, which is to block in this little bangle. Okay, so I used some white in that mixture, and I don't feel like I'm getting the kind of glow that I want, so what I'm actually gonna do is like erase some of that out with Gamsol. And try a different tack. It's not quite as glowy as I was hoping for. It's a little bit less offensive to me. That phrase reminds me of when I was actually doing this when I was dancing and like learning to dance and all of that. One of the first things that I was told was not to like overthink beginner dance competitions because they were not there to figure out who the best is. They were there to establish which dancers were the least offensive. And sometimes that's kind of my barometer. Is like, am I having a day where I'm just trying to be the least offensive that I can be, rather than like the best that I can be? If so, probably need to like give myself some grace on those days. I think it's also like a helpful reminder that perfectionism is not particularly helpful. You know, I don't need this to be the best. I need this to be workable. I need this to be a foundation for what I do the next time I sit down to paint. Yeah, looks like pretty good when I look at it on the stream. The colors between this section and like the reference look really wrong on the stream, but I promise that it looks pretty good from the actual reference. So I'm just kind of giving my eyes a break from this for a couple minutes before I dive back in. Let me know if you have any like questions or anything you just want to talk about. Okay, the new easel is a delight. And so here's like my schedule for the week as it relates to this easel. I need to finish 2 portraits that are small that I'm going to do on my little easel. Those are going to both happen this week, and then next week it's going to be big easel all the time. So that I can finish this still life, which I am super excited to get done. And then once that's off of here, I'll be able to switch gears and paint the big version of the study. But yeah, the thing I have up here, it is enormous and intimidating. And I'm definitely focusing on the portraits that I am not intimidated by. And then, yeah, if I stream next week, it'll probably be like on my phone so that I can record it on there, and you guys can kind of see what I'm working with. It's a very like big, complicated still life setup and a very big panel. But the easel itself, what a treat. So we're getting really close to the point where like this is looking pretty nice. Yes, it is the floral one. A lot of flowers. They're silk flowers. Thank goodness. Because as much procrastinating as I have done, real flowers would not have lasted. Yeah, I have 3 vases, like a copper urn, and I don't know, like a couple dozen flowers in there. Thank you, Vicky. Thanks for coming on the stream too. I'm very excited about and intimidated by the light in this piece, so I'm super glad that it's doing it for you. I don't know how long you've been on the stream, but the idea here is that I'm going to be doing this little 6x9 study, and then probably in about a week, I'm going to do a bigger version of this. Probably like a 2x3 foot version of it. And then I have my own photo that you can see on the stream that I'm working from, but I'm also referencing a lot of Casey Baugh's nocturnes just because they have such similar light. I'm definitely going to be kind of studying his work and taking inspiration from it because I haven't really done like a dark backlit sort of moody nighttime piece like this before. So I'm very excited, but like very intimidated. And I was saying earlier that it definitely makes like matching the skin tone, it's in like the hair, it's really complicated. Because everything is in shadow, it's all so flat. I don't have the normal like value range that I can kind of default to that I would otherwise in a portrait. Thank you. I will probably sell this study, yes. Are you... Vicky, I recognize your name, but I'm not sure if it's from Facebook. Do you follow me on my Facebook page? Because I could totally like chat with you there when this is all dry and ready. We were having a conversation earlier about how I think in this stream one of my social media links is not accurate for whatever reason. I think I like copied and pasted my Instagram URL and it like cut it off and like added an ellipsis. But I'm pretty sure Facebook, I think the link to my Facebook is correct on here. Okay. Yay! I will keep on the lookout for your name, and I will absolutely let you know when this is done and I've moved on to the big one and I can part with this one. You know, so you can tell your friend. Okay. Kind of digging like the softness of these edges. They definitely have like their own little Casey Baugh vibe happening, which I think is pretty cool. Similarly, there's like a good amount of like grittiness in this blacken, which also kind of meshes with his vibe. So far I'm like feeling pretty good about, you know, how this is shaping up. I'm once again in territory of like I feel like I'm getting a little bit more opaque than I want to get. Definitely just put down more paint than I meant to. but I should be able to kind of clean that up with a little bit of Gamsol. And that'll restore some of that translucency that I'm looking for. It's funny, there's like not a lot wrong with the drawing part of that hand, but it just, and while there are individual parts that I think are looking correct, overall I am not happy with it. I'm trying to figure out what needs to happen. Okay, that made a little bit of a difference. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that compliment. John Wentz. Okay, I'm gonna look up John Wentz. Sometimes I feel guilty when I don't know who artists are, but then it's just more like, ooh, it's like a exciting opportunity to like get even more inspiration. I'm just looking at his website right now. These are really cool. They remind me, I'm sure that his work actually came first, but there's someone else on YouTube whose name I do not know how to correctly pronounce, but I think it's Alpay or Alpay, and then the surname is EFE. Just genuinely do not, like, I'm always like afraid to mispronounce people's names, and that name I like just feel like I can't avoid it. But like a lot of, he does like a lot with kind of interrupting figures with like brayers, which looks like John does a little bit of here. I really like that abstraction. Vicky, you may like David Shivlino's work as well. He has a lot of tutorials and stuff, which may be, it may make it more accessible for you to like try and work in this style, because so he's a friend of mine living like 45 minutes away from me, and I go and so like, you know, sometimes like go over to his studio and we like work on a still life, or he has, at least before all of this, he had like a weekly model session and stuff like that. But one of the first things I remember talking to him about when we became friends was like how he went from like really tight realism to his like more expressive abstract style, which I think is pretty closely in line with John Wentz here. It's not the same style, but I think the lessons learned would be very similar. And he said, I hope you find this encouraging rather than discouraging, but he kind of went on like a decades-long journey of like, he knew he wanted to go in that like abstract direction, and sort of gave himself permission to like explore for a really long time. But I think the cool thing is, you know, he wasn't really sure what style he was trying to push into. You know, with you like knowing that you want to try something in this direction, I think you have a huge advantage there. And like, yeah, you might make 5 paintings that attempt toward this style that you don't love, but like it could be on the 6th painting you're like, hey, I think I'm onto something here, and you know, you have like a light bulb moment. You're fine. Yeah, I wanna. Yeah, I like David Chaffetz's work quite a bit. You may also enjoy Chang Huang's work, so I'll type both of those in the chat. So David Sciavlino and Chong has really similar like colors and lighting to David's work that I think you might dig. Chong and David also, I think, have like somewhat complementary styles where they both like playing with kind of opaque abstract brushwork. I really like the abstraction. I prefer to have more transparency in my work than David or Chong use. So for me, it's kind of like trying to sort of learn from their, not like the technical approach, but kind of how they're thinking about the paintings, and then apply my own use of like tools and materials and paint colors and that kind of thing. So, like David starts with like a mid-tone gray canvas, and then he puts in the lights. He puts in opaque lights. I prefer for light areas to have transparency, so I could never start with like an acrylic gray toned canvas. And then sort of similarly, if I recall correctly, Chong starts with like a neutral tone. I forget exactly what it is. And then he goes in with like black and puts in his shadows. At least that's what he talked about for a landscape painting. I do not necessarily know if it's the same for, for still life, that has more of David Chaffetz's vibe going. Oh, you're so welcome. I am happy to make recommendations, and I'm always excited to like hear what artists you all are into, because there are so many. And like just like John Wentz, I hadn't seen his work before, but like it's super cool, and I'm sure at some point I'll kind of start a painting just like I started this one and be like, oh, this kind of reminds me of like someone's work, who is it? And I'll be like, oh, I'm totally trying to emulate this one thing from this one John Wentz painting, and like get to kind of go and study that painting and learn from it and take from it what I can. So thank you for sharing too. Okay, that's really interesting about Photoshop. So my Photoshop approach is largely informed by Casey Baugh. And I use Photoshop a lot more than other painters in this community. Obviously, like Casey uses it a lot. He does like all of his work from photographs, and they definitely have that vibe, and he has a lot of cool ways of like experimenting with photographs. And I don't know how much I do or don't want to use photos, but I was like watching a virtual workshop of his, and he had like a whole day that was just dedicated to taking the picture and then composing it in Photoshop. And that's where I really I was like incepted with this idea that why would you not want to plan the whole piece before you sit down to paint? And I think for Casey, this like manifested really naturally in Photoshop because he was really tech savvy and it was something he already used. And so taking a photo and then like painting in Photoshop to compose or further compose the image and like play with the crop or play with like adding like abstract brushwork or adding colors that weren't in the original photo. I think all that was like really intuitive for him, whereas maybe it's either not interesting, not easy, or maybe not necessary for the other like painters in his field, I guess. But I liked that idea quite a bit, that like the most I can do to compose an image before I even start painting, the better my painting is gonna turn out. And even like the painters who don't use Photoshop that way still have that mindset. Like Daniel Keyes will spend more time like composing the flowers than he does actually having to paint them. And it's because he doesn't want to have to like change the composition on the fly when he's already painted this big hydrangea once over here, only to find out that like, oh, it would look great over here. So yeah, I thought it was like really cool hearing that other painters use that approach too. I think it's really approachable. You know, photographs are more approachable than painting from life, and it's still in the same way that like bark drawings are more approachable than like a cast drawing or like a figure drawing from like a live model. You know, you have a very clear idea of like what the composition is with the photo. Doesn't matter if you kind of shift where you're standing, like your vantage point on the photo or like your bar copy doesn't change. You control a lot of variables that way. Ooh, okay, more painter recommendations. Great. Aldo Balding. Ooh, these are really, you guys, I'm loving this. Thank you for sharing. And then Muriel Barclay. These are like much more pastel. Interesting. Excuse me. Tea time. Yeah, so some of the colors in Aldo's work reminds me a little bit of Jeremy Mann's paintings. Like, he has a lot of these kind of weird fluorescent green figure paintings that some of these remind me of. I like Jeremy's sketches a whole lot. Yeah, his paintings are like, his work in general, either like really does it for me or it's like not at all in like a style that I'm interested in. Like his cityscapes are kind of like too far removed from like the painting I want to do. So, okay, so I just like Googled Aldo Balding and scrolled down to this one, I think it's a study, and it's like a guy painted 3 times. It's the same guy, and he's in like this dark gray shirt, and the painting is kind of like half raw. It looks like the image is on Michael Harding's website. That reminds me a lot of Nick Alm's work. I want to see if there's like... Okay, so when I Google Nick Alm, I'm shown a lot of like finished paintings, but like on his Instagram, he has a lot of like half-done paintings, which are, I think, really cool. Like, I love me some like half-finished paintings. I think those are like the most beautiful paintings. I think they're like the most artistic and interesting. I like that it's like there's like very deliberate composition that happens when like you leave a lot of the painting abstract or kind of like half finished. So I love like Schmidt's paintings that are like that. I love Casey's paintings that are like that. Daniel's paintings too, like his looser pieces like speak to me a lot more than like the tighter ones. So it kind of excites me when I observe those things in other painters, where I'm like, why didn't they just stop there? Because it tells me in my own work, like, okay, well when I'm like at a Nick Alm level and like that's what I'm doing, I'll stop the painting there and I won't take it to that full finish so that I can leave some of that like interesting abstract cool compositional bits. Ooh, okay, we got more names. Kevin McPherson. Oh, okay, I need to say painter. Oh, neat. Okay, so this looks kind of like California plein air style, which I love. I say California. It looks like a lot of this could be like just the West generally, maybe some like Arizona. I'm always really jealous of people living in those parts of the country though. Like if you're in Denver, you get these, or like Colorado generally, you get all these beautiful like snow scenes for so much of the winter. Like, I don't know, in North Carolina, the winter is gray. There is nothing worth painting. Maybe someone will change my mind about that one day and I can like find a little niche, but I have not figured out what is worth painting in my neck of the woods in winter. And then once you get to like spring and summer, everything is so intensely green, it's like impossible. And everything is right up on you. Like it's not like out west where you can kind of see this entire vista and you get all this like atmospheric perspective, like giving you depth in the piece. Like nope, like you cannot see past the like wall of trees that are right in front of your face, and they're all the exact same shade of green. So anyway, really jealous of people who live in places where you can make like really, really beautiful plein air pieces like this. That being said, it's not all bad here in North Carolina. We have like beautiful mountains and stuff like that. And I was gonna go paint them this spring, but they are, well, one, I do not know if I could like safely go out to some of those state parks. Like there might be too many people that are still out there and like not social distancing. But the other thing is it's like just far enough away that it's really annoying to do as a day trip. Like I would be so tired. I don't know whether I could actually paint well because I'd have to wake up so early to get there at a decent time. And then of course I get to look forward to like a 4-hour drive back once I'm done painting. So hopefully though once this lifts, I'll be able to go and hopefully like find some really cool scenes here in my state to share with you all. I think it's really interesting, Sean, about the primary palette. Do you happen to know, so I've mentioned this before, that there's like different ways you can build a primary palette. Like you can have a super chromatic one that's kind of based on like a traditional like red, yellow, blue conceptualization of like the primaries. You can have like an earth tone version where you have like yellow ochre instead of like a cadmium yellow. And then there's sort of the true primaries, which I've talked about before, but it's probably worth like its own video, where like actual mixable primaries is actually part of the reason I haven't made this video yet, is because I don't know, like true primary yellow is somewhere between cadmium lemon and cad yellow pale. It might be cad lemon, but I'm not positive. Then your red is either permanent rose or permanent magenta. I'm not sure which one it is yet. I probably need to like do an experiment to find that out. And then your blue, it probably is not ultramarine. It's probably phthalo, technically. But it's whatever comes closest to cyan. So I've seen people say before that it's like cobalt teal, which I've never heard of. Some people just say cobalt blue, which like I don't think is correct. Ultramarine blue is definitely not cyan. But I'm interested to find more painters who are using a true primary palette and like what their opinions are of it. A lot of times, I mean, part of the reason why you can have a primary palette that just has yellow ochre is because you really don't need that, like that full range of power, especially for plein air painting. It's just really rare that you encounter something that's like that in your face vivid. So it might just not be necessary, but it's kind of why I want to hear from someone who uses it and either like tried it and thought it wasn't necessary, or tried it and was like, this is so much better. I don't know what we're all smoking with our like red, yellow, blue thing. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so both of you all, it sounds like both of you have used cobalt teal, which, like, man, am I just like behind? Yeah, I'm curious what you think of it. I took cobalt blue off my palette, and I have cobalt violet, but it's generally such a weak color that I find it really useless, not to mention it's super expensive. I assume cobalt teal is like similarly expensive. I kind of have a feeling that like phthalo is the correct answer as far as but the problem with phthalo is the opposite of the problem with cobalt. Like, whereas something like cobalt violet is like super duper weak and really expensive for what you're getting. Like phthalo, it's like you gotta get just like a single fiber of your brush and a single speck of phthalo, or else you're in for like a nightmare. Yeah, I haven't tried cobalt teal. It could be like a fun video where I don't even like make a painting. I just try some different colors and maybe like decide what like the best palette would be, because I don't necessarily have to paint something to figure out if a palette works. Okay, cad yellow light for primary yellow. Yeah, and I wish there was something between cad lemon and cad yellow light. Like cad lemon is just like a little green to me, but I also think it's probably much more chromatic than cad yellow pale, or cad yellow light, whichever you want to call it. I've heard, so Tina Garrett, who's a Putney painter and a portrait specialist, I think that she has said that Windsor yellow is like, and I could be totally misremembering the color, but I think it was Windsor yellow, is like a great primary yellow that's between those two. But I haven't tried it. Oh, cool. Yeah, okay. I'm glad that you like that idea. Okay, Sean, you piqued my interest as far as amazing purples. So over here I got really nervous because I think you can see in the reference, it's like this super high key, like electric magenta purpley color. And I was like, oh man, I don't know if I can actually mix that. So it could be worth like doing a little bit of experimentation. That's good to know about the transparency for Windsor yellow. Do you think it actually does fall somewhere between cad lemon and cad yellow light? And I'm still really, so I like got into this rabbit hole of looking at wet canvas, you know, like the art forum. really helpful place. I only ever find it when I'm like Googling something. I never just go there. But someone has tried to answer any question I have ever asked. And I saw like a lot of discussions about the two pigments for permanent rose and permanent magenta, and like which one was the true primary. And people will go back and forth. Like some people were like, permanent magenta is like an amazing true primary, and then other people were like, no, it's permanent rose. And I'm like, someone just tell me what the right answer is. Like, but I guess that could be like the premise of a video where I have a face-off between like a couple different yellows for the perfect yellow, permanent rose and permanent magenta for the perfect red, and oh man, I guess I could go with like phthalo, cobalt, teal, and ultramarine for like the perfect blue. I know ultramarine isn't it, but I think it's kind of convenient to put in there since it's a color like everyone uses. It's good to know about the Windsor yellow. But yeah, I think that could be like an interesting video. Hopefully it wouldn't be like wildly tedious. I'd have to figure out a way to actually compare them. I'm used to doing color charts. Ooh, I could do a color chart, and it could also be a color chart video. That could be kind of interesting. Permanent geranium. Okay, now that I haven't heard of. That's interesting. So my thought here is that it's probably permanent rose, because I think permanent rose is more chromatic than permanent magenta. But I'm just not positive. But in general, so like one thing I kind of comment to my students a lot, or I like wind up pointing out to students, is as much as I can, I kind of wait for other artists who are better than I am to like tell me what colors are worth having on a palette. There are times when I will kind of take the liberty myself to try something out, and I don't think that's a bad idea. But what I find in students is that like somehow over time they've accrued like the entire like rack of paints for a particular brand. And it involves like a lot of colors that just like are 100% convenience colors. Like you can mix these colors no problem. And I think now that's not to say that like convenience colors don't belong on a palette. I think that they're really helpful. Similarly, like I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 cadmiums on my palette. I could probably get by with just 2, but technically, because of the way cadmium paints are made, it's a little bit more chromatic if I use the color out of the tube rather than mixing that kind of intermediary color. But yeah, striking that balance between like what colors are really serving me versus what colors are just kind of like distractions that are gonna like take up space on my palette or in my studio. That's always like the line I'm trying to walk. So I don't really have too many colors beyond what you see on the palette. I have colors that I tried at the recommendation of other artists generally, but I usually see a lot more variety in my students' paint kits than my own, or than the kits of like artists I'm learning from. Oh, Sean, you touched on, man, yesterday I went down like a gigantic, elaborate rabbit hole of. So I made this video on how to like prep your own linen panels. And someone had commented and said like, well, you really shouldn't use that glue. You should use this other kind of glue. And the linen you're using has zinc white in it, and that's like a problem. And really what you should do is you should like buy a vacuum table, but you probably can't buy a vacuum table. So really what you should do until then is like this completely different method of like making panels, which is really tedious. Like the whole point of like the way I make panels is that it doesn't involve like toxic fumes. It doesn't involve special equipment. It's, you get your panel, you get your glue, you get your pre-primed linen, you stick them together, you put them under a heavy book, and you're done after 24 hours. But the thing is that like comment got me thinking like, oh man, like should I use a different glue? And should I use a different like pre-primed linen that doesn't have zinc in it? And then that search led me to like, really, we shouldn't use any white other than lead white, and every other white is terrible, and you should only use canvases that are primed with lead, and also you shouldn't use any white paint other than lead white. And suddenly I was overwhelmed, and I was like, I think this is why the professional artists that I learned from do not care about this. Like it's so easy to get like sucked into this mind swirl, this like horrifying vortex of why even bother painting unless it can last 5,000 years. Thank you, Vicky. I'm really relieved that you found it accessible. I think it is too. And what I wound up doing about like, so the linen I use is the linen that Daniel Keyes uses. And he really likes it because it's super non-absorbent, and that's what I like too. It takes a really long time for it to stain. You can like erase out with Gamsol for a really long time, and it lets you make these beautiful transparent layers because it's not just gonna like soak the paint right into it. But they do use zinc, and it's not great. But I also, like, I've tried other primers, I've tried other linen. So I literally like emailed the people who make this linen to be like, look, I really, really love your panels or your linen. Is there any way that you're gonna make it without zinc at some point? And I'm hoping that they can either say like, we use zinc in such a small amount that you don't have to worry about it, or you don't have to worry about zinc on like a rigid surface or something. Or maybe they'll say like, yeah, we're phasing out zinc, and like in 2 years all of our things will have titanium, or we'll start making it with lead or whatever. But whew, it's so overwhelming. And then of course you have the counter argument with lead of like, lead is super toxic and scary, and is there gonna come a point where like they won't make lead paint anymore because of restrictions on that? Who knows? What Scott, what site are you checking? MITRA. Well, that Google search did nothing. Yeah, and kind of like, I think I agree with all of you. Like, the amazing painters I know are like picky to a point. And then past that point, it's like, is it going to be an issue in my lifetime? Is it going to be an issue while I'm painting on it? Does it have like some other advantage for like the actual act of painting? And I just don't think they overthink it. And I think it can be easy to kind of like use all of that stuff as like a way to kind of defer like actually doing the painting. And in fairness, like that's exactly what I did yesterday. I spent like 5 hours researching the exact best kind of adhesive. And for the record, the adhesive I'm using is like highly recommended. But I was like, maybe there's like a slightly better adhesive. Maybe there's one that dries faster, or maybe there's one that's like the conservators like even more. And then I got sucked into like the whole white rabbit hole thing. And you know what I could have been doing that whole time? Just making a painting. Scott, do you have a link to this site? I googled in my TRA, but it didn't turn up what I think you were talking about. What's interesting, Sean, is that my understanding is that zinc gets added to a lot of titanium white because it makes like a super vivid white. And similarly, talked about this in a recent video, and I can't recall which one it was, but I talk about this like study where someone left out different white paint brands for like 5 years and studied like the way that they discolored over time. In the ones that had, or like Primalba Original did super well, and I'm pretty sure that's a titanium zinc mixture, and like it stayed perfectly white for all 5 years, whereas most of the brands that were just titanium, and even like really expensive brands, like turned yellow or orange really quickly. That being said, my understanding is that there's like this perfect ratio of like zinc to titanium, and if you were using zinc by itself, it's probably not ideal. Totally. Yeah, Vicky, that's exactly how I feel too. Like, who's a really good example of this? Josh Clare. I forget where I like read this or heard this, but he's like constantly trying new surfaces to the point where like he'll prime pieces of cardboard and paint these like amazing paintings on pieces of gessoed cardboard because he just keeps looking for the right surface and the right surface prep that just give him the feeling that he wants to have while he's painting. And yeah, there's a part of me that's just like, if people are making masterworks on cardboard, maybe I need to just calm down. Oh, goodness. Okay. I'm gonna see what there is to still do. On this little painting. I don't think it's much. And if I can finish it on the stream, that sounds much more fun than me just like taking a break to eat lunch and finishing this not on the stream. I'm once again in the territory of like, I wish that this were a little bit more transparent, and I'm probably gonna have to kind of like paint it and then repaint it to get the transparency. Ah, I'm jealous. That means that you too can probably find all of these like beautiful barns and stuff that he paints. I saw that someone had posted about a show at Maxwell Alexander Gallery where they had several of Josh's pieces, and they also have another artist who is working in a super similar subject matter. Try saying that 5 times fast. And they were both painting these barns, and I was like, I just wanted to be able to go out and find them, and I was so envious that like somewhere someone is not stuck inside in their studio and they're in a place that's like still wide open enough that they can just wander out and find this beautiful patch of countryside where social distancing isn't even a concern because you never come within 6 feet of anyone anyway, and they can make these beautiful paintings. Oh no, it could just be that like YouTube has a spam filter on its chat, so try typing it out without like the www or the .com. Okay, now I'm like really tentatively seeing if I can kind of recreate some transparency in this area. That looks pretty nice. I'm honestly surprised that this is cooperating as well as it is. You guys might remember in both of my recent like painting from black and white photograph videos, I talked about just how like unpredictable oil is when you work this way. And for that reason, I was really expecting it to not let me do what I'm trying to do right now. Generally speaking, as soon as I like put paint down, this is actually kind of typical of what I thought would happen. Where like, I already have some paint down, I have a little bit of Gamsol on my brush, and it pushes like all of the paint rather than kind of blending it. So I have this like totally bare patch, and then I have this super thick area around it where like all the paint pools that I just like pushed away. Because I'm not trying to get at that light. I'm glad that it, like, as perverse as this sounds, I'm glad that it showed you guys that, because it was sort of hard to explain in that video. It's sort of the perpetual problem I have with like my voiceover content. It's just that some things I want to talk about take, 10 minutes to explain, but you only see it for 5 seconds on the video, versus some things are happening for 10 minutes on the video and it takes 5 seconds to tell you what I was doing. It's like a lot of the time with my voiceovers, I kind of just have to like not think too hard about it matching. You just kind of have to hope that, if someone wants to really see what I'm talking about, that they will, like, in fact, go back and, like, watch something older. Okay. Go-to brush brand. Yes, I do. Great question. All my brushes are from Rosemary and Company. They are a great family-owned company. I believe they are still shipping out brushes right now, even with everything that's going on. I love supporting them. Their brushes are super high quality. And they just have like such a range. It's not the kind of thing where you want like every brush they make. You usually want to find the brushes that like the artists that you really admire and want to emulate. You want to find the brushes that they use. It just so happens that like most of the artists that I learn from use rosemary, so I can literally just ask which brushes they use and buy those. Not everyone does, but there's usually an equivalent if you do like a little bit of research. So I'll show you. I have a video where I go through this in depth. I think it's my like frequently asked questions video that I did like within the past month. But so if you want like more explanation, definitely check that out. But in the meantime, I will show you. Is this it? No. Okay. Yay! Okay. I am so glad that they are still shipping. I am glad that you have an artist who already uses rosemary. That is awesome. I'm going to show you the 5 brushes that I use from them, or the 5 different like lines that I use. So this is like the Daniel Keys special. I'll show you over here. This is the Eclipse Extra Long Comber. It makes these little like hair marks, is I guess the best way to describe it. This is the Master's Choice. Casey Baugh uses these. Daniel Keys does use them a little bit, but they're not actually in his kit. And then Mark, whose last name I can't think of at the moment, even though I was just talking about him earlier. That's gonna kill me. Mark Bogus just had like a small stroke, I guess. Mark Bogus like only uses the Master's Choice. These also these are a little bit more densely packed than the Eclipse combers, a little bit stiffer, but they make like a very natural, kind of irregular brush mark. And then I have 3 brushes that are meant for like more regular, more clean, more controlled marks. So first one, Ivory Long Flat. I have I like the ivories for this stage, for like when the paint's translucent, because it's so stiff that it makes really interesting marks. I do not like to use this after the paint gets thick. It's too tempting to misuse this brush and try and use the brush to like force the paint to do something it doesn't want to do. But this is a synthetic version of like your typical bristle brush. And I have this in like a long flat, but I also have like a detail brush version of this, which is like a size 00 in the round variety. So, yeah. This is the Evergreen short flat. I have the short flat and the long flat. This is really just like a slightly softer version of the Ivory. It makes really clean, crisp lines. I don't use it too much for that reason. It tends to look like too perfect, but it's a handy brush. And then I have a bunch of sables. So I have series 56 and I have series 77. I just tried ones from both. I think my general preference is for the 77s. They're a little bit like softer, not in terms of like the bristles, but like they aren't as densely packed, so it's like a thinner set of bristles in the brush, which just for whatever reason I happen to like. And those, I think in the Sables, I just have short flats. Okay, let's see. Yeah, you're very welcome, Vicky. I'm glad that you already like them and use them, and I'm glad that that Andrew uses them, and so you kind of have like a touchstone there. And if you want like a little bit more explanation of like why I use each of those brushes, definitely check out that FAQ video because I talk about them quite a bit more. Yes, you are so welcome. I'm just excited that we have like a awesome conversation happening in the chat. I love it. Okay, cool. Yeah, when you said Andrew Tischler, I was like, I know that name, and I know him from YouTube. Not like personally, but like I know of his work from YouTube. Yeah, most working artists right now, I don't really know anyone who needs a high quality brush for their work and doesn't go to Rosemary. I think like Rob Liberace, I think is still like sponsored by Silver Brushes, so I think he still recommends Silver. But he's like the only one I know for whom that's the case. And then I know some artists who specifically like really cheap brushes for the work that they do, which makes sense for some painters. And they have like totally different brushes that they use for that reason. Sometime when we're not on like a live stream where it probably limits your ability to do this. I'm really curious like what some of your favorite, like all-time favorite YouTube videos are. Okay. Once again, I'm trying to see, what I kind of have left to do. This is like probably close enough for the block in, but I want those hands to look better. So we're close, guys. We're close. Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you for leaving the comment there. That's super helpful. I will check that out when we are done, and I'm sure that I will enjoy getting lost in that rabbit hole. Hopefully it will not actually keep me from painting. Truth be told, the reason I kind of got thinking about all of that stuff yesterday as far as like archival materials is that I went ahead and I got my panels. I like had my ACM supplier like cut them to size and everything, and so I now have a bunch of like larger panels that I can just kind of keep on hand, which I'm very excited about. Like anytime inspiration strikes, I don't have to like order a big panel. I just have them. And I was like, okay, great. I can like go ahead and prep it and then I'll be ready to paint in a couple days. But then I was like, but should I use like different materials to like prep the panel? And then I started researching all of that. And you know what I didn't do at all? Prep a panel. But it's probably kind of for the best because I'm glad that I'm doing this study, and even if I had finished prepping it, I can't put it on the easel until I finish this other painting. So, but yeah, with any luck, I'll kind of find the answer to my question quickly enough so that I can order everything and it will come in just at the right time for me to actually start using everything. Oh, so did you guys have any like dog painting questions? Because I'll probably finish probably finish scripting that here shortly and record the voiceover later this evening. So far I'm talking quite a bit about, so my next painting is of a black labradoodle, and it was really hard to get a really good reference of him. So I do a lot of talking about how I get good reference of dogs, or how I get good reference of dogs with really complicated coats, or who need really complicated grooming, and how to paint animals that have really dark coats where their features just don't show up very well. And I have a lot of content from that, but it's also very specific. So, and also my videos are getting a little bit longer, which I like, but I'm also not used to scripting 20-minute videos. I'm used to scripting 10 minutes. So after I get about 10 minutes worth of script, I'm like, what do I say now? I hear you on researching primers for 300 hours until you realize it was getting silly. Yep, I relate to that very hard. Oh, goodness. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I think I have just enough information to have what I need to finish these hands. And by finish, I mean finish the block in. I had an assignment from my artist friends this week, which was that I needed to do some things that weren't commissions, which is why I'm doing this stream right now. And I was told that I need to spend 2 hours a day doing something that's just fun. So I might not be back tomorrow because I'll have a new video tomorrow and I don't want my stream to compete with the video, but I'll probably be back Thursday. Oh God. That horrifying moment where your brush got dipped into the complementary color somehow, and then you have a big ol' mess. Oh yay! Okay, I'm glad that this video will be excellent for you. Cause yeah, I talk weirdly a lot about photography stuff in this video, which is not normally my jam, but it was kind of all about how I got the photos I needed of this dog in terms of what equipment, what lighting, bringing toys, all that kind of good stuff. Okay, I understand that I'm making a giant mess right now. Don't worry, don't panic. I honestly feel like I would send my clients more updates while a piece was in progress, but it's a thought that I have so regularly of oh God, please don't panic. I know the thing that you're gonna look at on this painting right now. Don't worry, I see it too. It's gonna be fixed. It's gonna be great. Please don't panic. And I kind of have those things at every stage of the piece up until it's finished. Thank you, Sean, by the way. Oh gosh. It still looks so weird. I think I'm gonna have to take another picture of it before this is all said and done, just to kind of understand like what's working. I think that's like really the trick that I'm kind of coming up against right now is obviously when you're at like the early stage of a drawing, you totally want to like correct things that are wrong. But you know what what's equally important? Not fixing things that are already correct. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Scott. I have that same thought about like pieces sold on spec. So like, for example, this is not a commission. This is made on spec. So if someone wants to buy this piece or they want to buy the big version, like the piece is done. I get to say when it's done. Whereas like with commissions, it's done when the client is happy. Okay, so I was talking earlier about having like a little detail brush. This is an ivory pointed round, and the size is like 2/0. I don't know how you say that, but little guy. I really don't like the way the paint is behaving. Like it's just looking really muddy. So I'm literally like going in here just with Gamsol on this brush and like wiping off the paint that's kind of building up on it. And I'm trying to erase out the light finger colored. And in the process, I'm trying to remove any of this like navy color that's mixed in. Already, I feel like this looks, I don't know, a little bit less wrong. There's something to me about kind of messy translucent paint, which looks interesting, whereas like messy built up paint looks like a nightmare. It's probably just like the painter in me understanding how much more work is involved if I have like messy, built up, muddy paint. Alright, so I painted kind of out to push the navy out, if that makes sense. And then what I can do is kind of bring the navy back up to the flesh tone. Because right now the hands are, or this hand anyway, looks a little bit big. And I kind of like the sort of hatch thing that's happening here. To me, it very much like evokes Casey's work. So I'm kind of I'm going like perpendicular to the fingers rather than like just following like the contour of them. Okay, it looks like it could conceivably be a hand. You can tell I aim for like small victories. I don't think there's anything about really like being a master. I think it's just trying to make small decisions that are reasonably good. Okay. Wow, that looks so weird. I just made that finger super long because I think it needs to be, but I think like there are other things that make it look really weird right now. So like shortly that'll turn out to be a good decision, but right now it looks like a really weird decision. Scott, are you familiar with the show The Trip? I love The Trip. Bear with me. I swear I'm making a good decision. Oh god. It's the danger of having like built up paint. Sometimes you scrub into it and instead of like wiping it away, you just run it into other areas of paint that didn't need to be messed with. So earlier there was a question about like kind of how my knowledge of anatomy is coming in here. This is a place where it's definitely helping. Like I'm not necessarily seeing areas where the form of the hands are like actually described. I'm kind of just using like a visual shorthand of what I think would make sense, having drawn and painted other hands before. And I'm hoping that it kind of figuratively illuminates what's happening here. Okay, I think that needs to just come up. Again, we're working on our left hand dexterity. Okay, that looks better. Well, I think it looks, I don't know, it looks better in one sense. Yes, as in Rob Brydon. The trip, I think, is lovely. I think it's like, I think it's especially perfect for right now where like everyone feels kind of anxious. And we could just use like, I'm so cognizant of how many times I've said like because of this stream today. I'm out of control. I think we could use something that's just nice. You know, like a story about two friends going on an adventure. That's better. I take it since you're from the north, all the more reason to know Rob Brydon rather than Steve Coogan. Okay, I'm trying my best. That was like a moment where I wanted undo. Like I had something pretty good and I put one more stroke in and I was like, oh, that was a mistake. That stroke was not good. Let's see if I can fix it. Boomer is talking to the birds outside. She's trying to lure them. With her faux bird calls. Okay, it's looking better. Okay, this now looks weird. Like, it seemed like a pretty good sort of shorthand for some anatomy earlier, and now it just looks distracting to me, so. I just kind of want to soften this. I don't need to, like, wholesale obliterate it. just want a little bit less. You get 'em, Boomer. Get those burbs. My arm looks super strong here, the way I've depicted it, not necessarily in the photo. This is kind of another place where like the anatomy is coming in handy, because there's not like a lot of muscle definition to go on here, but I do want something that's a little bit more like visually interesting than what's in the reference, which is just kind of like a straight arm. So I'm trying to suggest a little bit of like delt and then bicep and then tricep. And it doesn't need to be a whole lot. It's not about looking muscly. It's just about like, does this visually kind of make sense? Ah, deeply not British of you. Okay, that's interesting, because I feel like in the trip they always kind of make it out where like people like Rob more and Steve feels like really threatened by it. With Rob's whole like tiny man in a box thing and whatever. But I haven't like seen a whole bunch of stuff with, and of course I know Rob from Would I Lie to You? But I haven't really seen stuff with Steve in it, so it's an interesting tidbit. All right. Okay, so I'm new to drinking tea. I am drinking the Celestial, like, tangerine flavored decaf tea. I'll try and find out, like, what it's actually called. But it's so not special that it doesn't even have, like, the tea bag doesn't even have, like, the little string and the tab that you, like, hang over the side of your mug. It's literally just, like, a bag that you put in your thing and then you have to, like, fish it out later. So, not super posh over here. It's very tasty, though. And I'm, like, almost to the point where I can drink it without adding anything to it. So, huge victory for me. Okay, my point that I'm kind of aiming for right now with the painting is not so much to kind of blur things. It's more just to lift out some little highlights, because this dress has like a metric ton of rhinestones on it that catch the light, and I think it's going to look the nicest if I can kind of evoke that with like transparency rather than literally going in with teeny tiny like daubs of thick paint to sort of suggest the reflections of the stones. So just for funsies, I'm gonna go and kind of do one more thing. Which is adding eyes. And by eyes, I guess I mean eye, because there's only one of them you can see in here. Okay. And that highlight is a little bit bright. It's not like, not mad at it, but I could tone this down a little bit, so I'm going to. Okay, I think that's my block in. Neat. I love it. Ooh, cinnamon stick and salt. Oh my god, those sound good. I like the like tangerine one, just because it feels very like fresh and springtimey. I also like, I think this is like also celestial, or no. Well, anyway, I've liked peach tea. And I've also done like chai, but I mean, of course, with chai, you have to put like a ton of sugar in that. It's like not chai without sugar. Okay, I'm gonna kind of show you guys like what this is looking like, and then the camera's like going back on the tripod. Let me. So yeah, it's really hard for me to like actually hold this steady, but this is what we're working with. Yay! Cool. Got it. Thanks. Oh, yeah, I'm like pretty pleased. It's, you know, it's hard for me to be as like spontaneous looking as like Casey or Daniel, because they have so much practice with like, well, painting generally, but also like with this method specifically. But nonetheless, I feel like it still like looks loose and interesting and has nice texture, and like the colors overall are working pretty well. So what's going to happen on the stream, not tomorrow, but the next day, is that I'll go ahead and like start actually building paint up on it. And hopefully that'll give me like a really good sense of where this is going to go for the big one. Peach tea is big in the Czech Republic. Oh, cool. See, I wish my own tea drinking could sound like half that cultured. I think I was exposed to like the idea of peach tea from Arizona peach tea, which, I don't know, like barely counts as tea. Ooh, yeah, I bet the combination sounds really good. Peach, ginger, and turmeric. Oh, okay. I'm gonna start. So, at some point today, I'm gonna work on a portrait. I'm probably gonna work on Well, let me, oh my gosh. Probably gonna work on finishing this portrait today. Okay. But nonetheless, I'm gonna like go ahead and kind of clean up, and I'll chat with you guys on the stream like while I tidy. And that way I'll probably like take a break, make some food, and that way when I come back to work on the other piece, everything is like clean and ready to go, and my brushes aren't all dirty with like the paint that I was mixing for this one. Thank you, Vicky. It was so nice to, meet you on the stream and get to chat with you and answer questions. It was really nice. I feel like we had a great like group of people chatting today. And I liked that you guys had stuff to talk about with each other. It was really awesome. I mentioned this before, and I know I've talked about it before, but now that I'm over a certain subscriber threshold, I can stream from my phone, which means I can stream more often. So it feels like perfect timing to like have a good like core group of people that come on all the streams and obviously are awesome about like commenting on all the videos. So thank you. But let's see. So yeah, I think I'll try and finish the study probably on Thursday, maybe over the weekend. But what'll happen is this week I'm going to really try and focus on getting these 2 portraits finished, which are going to take a little bit more concentration than I needed for this piece. So I probably won't stream for that, just so that I can get them done. But then once I'm working on the big floral still life over here on the other easel, I'm gonna want some company, guys. Like it's a real big painting. So probably next week I'll start doing some more frequent streams using my phone. I apologize in advance because I know the phone isn't gonna like be as cool as doing the stream here, and I'll still try and do streams using the fancy camera. Who knows, maybe eventually I'll have more than one camera, and one can be the time-lapse camera and the other can be the streaming camera. When I'm not using both, I can run them both for like, or one of them can be like the B-roll camera for the time lapses. That'd be kind of cool, right? I just need to make a big awesome sale so that I can justify having a second camera. Thank you for the congratulations. Scott, is your hand still recovering well? I know that you said that you were able to paint and everything again, but wanted to check up on you. Okay, half the brushes are clean. Oh, that's awesome. That's so good to hear. I did something really, or it felt really stupid the other day, which is just that I like stubbed my toe really badly. And like wasn't sure if maybe I had broken it, but I decided pretty quickly that it was just a sprain. But I have the boot from when I broke my other foot previously. So I've been like walking around in my very fashion forward orthopedic sandal thing, which actually has been really helpful because my foot's been healing very quickly. So hopefully after a couple of days of walking around in this big clunky thing, I'll kind of have the same kind of be in the same boat as you, where I don't even know that I had done anything to it. That's definitely a good place to be. At some point I need to come up with a cutesy title for this. Self-portraits always have cutesy titles. But it's hard to know, like, what's too cute. What's the line between, like, I'm a serious artist versus I can make a title that kind of makes you chuckle. I know, oh God, it was terrible because, you know, I Googled, like, what do you do if you think you broke your toe? And they're like, okay, here's what everyone will tell you. They will tell you that doctors can't do anything. They'll just, like, check if it's broken, and then they'll have you walk in a boot, or they'll tape your toe to your other toe. Great. Here's what happens when you Google. When you Google, it's like, the bone might not be set. You need to go in because who knows if they need to set it. And this, that, and the other. But, of course, thankfully, after it happened, I was like, thank you so much, Sean, for hanging out on the stream. It was so nice to chat with you today. Good luck toddler chasing. Hopefully I will see you on, I just realized that this whole time I thought today was Tuesday. And it's Thursday. But, okay, I'll probably try and stream on Saturday. I totally thought that my next stream would be on Thursday, but that's today. In any event, hopefully I'll see you on the next stream. But, yeah, anyway, the long story short is, like, who wants to go see a doctor to make sure that your toe isn't broken during a global pandemic? So, thankfully, it did not. After, like, an hour, it was not that painful anymore, and I could kind of limp around easily enough. Which is not the case when I actually broke my foot, which told me I probably didn't break it. Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, thank you. Feel free to, like, question me on that, because I feel really, I mean, I know that we're all losing track of time now, but still, that's, like, pretty bad. Thinned out paint is so much easier to clean up. So satisfying. I'll be real. I'll probably stream on Saturday. The only way I won't stream is just if I have, like, a total kind of detox day or something and just chill and do unrelated stuff. Or if I'm, like, still kind of scrambling to finish some commissions in progress. But I think as, like, a general rule, it could be cool to, like, do Monday, Wednesday, Friday videos and then, like, maybe Tuesday, Thursday streams. Okay. My brushes are clean. I have out clean paper towels for next time. I'm gonna leave this on there to kind of set up a little bit before I try and move it. Got a baby wipe, clean my hands. Awesome. Okay. I think I am officially ready to take a break, eat some food that aren't Uncrustables, make some more tea, and then hopefully I'll be energized to do even more painting later. If any of you all are painting today, I hope it goes really well. If you aren't, I hope work or meetings or chasing toddlers or anything you have to do also go really well. Thanks for hanging out with me on the stream today. It was awesome. I really enjoyed all of the banter and just getting to know all of you guys more. I know I say that every time, but I mean it every time. Did I just put white paint on my face? One way to fix that. And yeah, I'll have a new video out tomorrow, and we'll stream again soon. Who knows when? I'm glad you finished your painting today. It's awesome. Next time I want to hear all about what the most recent thing you have on the easel is. All right. Peace out, guys. Be safe. Happy painting.